I just realized the previous stream had been running for like an hour and a half after I finished streaming the last one. Yeah. Okay. I forgot to actually camera. Hello, camera. But yeah, we are doing a second stream today. And this one I'm also planning on streaming for as long as I can. To, I guess, recap the last stream, what we have working is... If it loads... Okay, it's building. What we have working is this. So we're going to have a function here, or the definition of a function here. What we need to work on is figuring out a good way to make node graphs work. We're going to jump in to that right away. Or in other words, creating the UI for a block. How will blocks work? I think I'm gonna break this section out here into a function. Call it create function UI. This will return a good evening. Welcome back, everybody, to this stream, which apparently I didn't. I forgot to end the last stream, so it the other stream never stopped. It was just had no signal for a hot minute, which is pretty funny. Actually, we'll do the entire block of code here and say get function UI, and that way it caches it. Why is it not formatting? Oh, I bet, yep. There we go. So now we need a way to get block UI. The UI for a block. And we can kind of nest this a little. call these blocks. Alright, and for the function body itself, instead of adding second text element child, instead should do I guess add child won't work here because call this ref. And then we'll just do add child ref here, which will take a reference count and create a new function called get block UI. Oh, and okay. I just realized this block UI, we're gonna need a way to scope when we add nodes. Where are we actually adding the nodes to? we don't really have a way. We also don't have a way to like smoothly lerp things around if we want to do that. So I don't really have a way to manually arrange nodes. Which means I might do the add node menu as a menu drop down for now. As well, not as a menu drop down, but as a pop-up. Realized local value needs a broken ref. Like an invalid state. Or an initial state. Since our HIR is allowed to be in an invalid state. So now... Here's the thing where, since these block UIs are pretty dynamic, they are self-contained though, which is good. For the most part, they are self-contained. Which means layout-wise, okay. I need to invent a new concept, which is the concept of placeholder elements, I guess. And the purpose of placeholder UI will be to hold a position in a layout, but those layouts aren't actually connected in any way. So we're gonna say the see, smoothly move towards the target. I don't really have a way to... Don't really have a way to represent that. So right now I'm thinking, like, if I just implement this way... So if I do UI follow mode smooth, and I do what I'm thinking, which is pass in how much a UI follower can move over time, then I implement the moving through just like their current positions. Then I run into the issue of like if I scroll, the followers will like they'll lag behind unless I do something to prevent that. Have you been trying? Oh, been trying to learn Zig lately. I like it. Oh, I thought you were gonna ask like if I've tried learning Zig. I have not tried learning Zig. I did try using their compiler when I was still on C++, and I thought that was pretty cool. I think I'll keep this as smooth like this. I accept that my implementation this way will be buggy. Well, good morning. So now we can implement the node graph as one of these. Not really, actually. It solves a completely different issue. It's never morning for me, thanks to my sleep schedule. Oof. See, I would have gone with it's always morning for me. But I guess never works too. How's it going? I am subjecting myself to crunch. That is how it's going. Self-inflicted crunch. So we don't even need the placeholder system yet, but I do need to create a full struct for this. So in here, I'm gonna, instead of UI ref, we're gonna do block UI. You're gonna subject yourself to VK. What is VK in this instance? Vulkan. Oh, already have. That's what this is. We're just using Raylib for the speed right now. Otherwise, I would be going all the way on Vulkan. VK instance. No, I don't have the time to fully build the UI system from scratch. At least the rendering part. Then we definitely wouldn't have gotten this done. I'm still second guessing the fact that I didn't just go with eGUI and then try to like just build a UI node graph system on top of eGUI. Okay, so we have the block root. We also need... We need node columns, which will be a vec of UI ref. Just build everything at the top DRM GUI. That's what eGUI is. It's just the Rust version of IMGUI. But I'm like, no, I'm eventually... chord. I'm eventually going to be writing my own node, my own UI system in BraneScript So doesn't it make sense to first make a node system from scratch in a different language, even though I know that I'm already going to refactor this? Yes, this makes sense. Rust syntax is great. What do you mean? Love Rust syntax. And the pattern matching and the not necessarily the lifetimes. I've come up with my own solution for lifetimes. It's going to be so much better, of course. We have the columns of where we're going to put our UI. Not syntax, more the keywords. Keywords. It has the same keywords as every other language. Do you mean like the concepts? I mean like FN is... I don't know. I've already streamed for 5 hours today before starting this stream. My brain is entirely cooked. I only have the capacity to program, to lock in, to code. I have no brain and I must code. Oh, is HIR still depending on tokens? If I stop depending on those... Let's see, what does Brane core depend on? I'm trying to speed up my compilation speed. Okay, that's not too much. Alright, back to this. We have HIR, right? See, a little harder to understand at first glance. Say public int void. Yeah, there is like... Rust is a lot more implicit than other languages. Like, their type inference is amazing. And that can be to its downside. Yeah, that can hurt readability on occasion. I will cede that. And BraneScript's probably going to be worse because the implicit type system is going to be phenomenal, I will say. The type system is going to be so good, but it's going to be through a UI mostly, so you're just going to be able to see what the types are. Is too much coding killing me? Am I dying now? Nodes, right. I was going to look at block. Is node a... Okay, node is its own separate thing. I mean, implicit types work better on virtual languages. You mean like JavaScript and whatnot? Those are runtime IDs. The types aren't implicitly resolved at all. They're runtime resolved, which is visual languages. Ah, yes. Now, do I want to tie in followers? Node followers at all? I probably should. Dyslexia? Possibly, but also headset with virtual screen I made too small that I'm reading chat through. And the contrast for things isn't great. I think I also have anti-aliasing off right now, which it should still have aliasing on the screens themselves, but I don't know. I very much look forward to upgrading from a Quest 3 at some point in the relative near future, so that I can have crystal clear displays once more. Okay, so I'm going to do this whole placeholder system. I think Quest 3 display is quite good. Yes. However, I've been exposed to the Vision Pro and PCVR headsets. And I will say, the Vision Pro displays are a solid, like, 20-25% better, like, just pixel density, clarity-wise, of reading screens. The Quest Pro is on... Not the Quest Pro. The Quest 3 is... I want to say, like, just over the threshold of usable, but I would not recommend anybody use a Quest 3 as a screen replacement. I'm using it as a screen replacement out of necessity and because it's fun. It's not comfortable, I will say. Like, don't use a Quest 3 as a screen replacement. I will say that a Vision Pro, given the right comfort mods, I would recommend using that as a screen replacement. I very much want to try using a big screen Beyond 2 as a screen replacement. I can see that working out wonderfully. It's what I think about at night. Big screen Beyond 2. Okay, I don't have to pool separator elements because I can just use child gap. which means we pool these. Move our reference to our root. We have all the currently existing node columns. BK quest. What? Okay, now what I need now is a node ordering algorithm to sort nodes. Boogeyman checks under his bed for Vulcan. Yup. Okay, it's time to MS Paint a solution. How is our auto layout UI going to work? Do I want to just store metadata about the current position of UI nodes? In the columns? Or do I just want to hot reload it every single frame? I'm gonna go with, I'll figure out the solution as I code. There, I'm jumping the gun on putting this battery into the headset. Ah, I need that weight balance back. Oh, that is much better. It was mostly charged anyway. The headset is balanced on my head and not pressing into my forehead anymore. Okay. So let's say we have... Ugh, nope. Why is Shift Windows... So we have a list of nodes. Let's just do like 3, for instance. And let's say now one of our assertions here is that there can't be any circular references. No circular references. And now that we have that that assertion out of the way, what we need to do is, for every node in the graph here, if one node now it's actually fairly easy to order nodes in a list by their dependencies, but I want to vertically stack nodes as like by dependency, if that makes sense. So 2 nodes that can happen in parallel with one each other, with one another, those get put on the same level, if that makes sense. So if our outputs are here, like this is our line of outputs, and this is the area that we can draw the graph in. If this node relies on this node and that node relies on these two nodes, that would be represented as one node and then two nodes. And we could do this as a multipass algorithm now that I think of it, which would just be iterate once over the list, and go, hey, node, what nodes do you rely on? And it goes, I rely on this node. I'll go, cool. This node is getting bumped up to the next stack frame. And then go, hey, which nodes do you rely on? And then just like one at a time, move all the nodes to the next frame. And then we move on to the next one, and then on to the next one, and then on to the next one, until we have no nodes. Like, no nodes. Which means our node block is actually going to be laid out from right to left. Oh, I actually came up with a potentially really simple solution. No. Well, actually. That actually is... There is a really simple solution to this. Which will crash if... Oh, wait. We just need to create a temporary set, which is just walked. Can I create a query for this? I could theoretically create a query for this. Yeah, let's do this through queries, not through the solution that I was thinking before. Alright, query framework, your time to shine has finally come. Wherever it is. Ah, here it is. So you just do salsa tracked on a function. And the question is, can we do this on a member function? Is that fine? Because if we can do it on a member function, that would be pretty cool. Rate DB. Wait. Where are they getting crate DB from? Always the database. Struct is not supported in traits or implementations. Okay. That's fine. So instead of doing order nodes, what I'm going to do is node depth, or see, it's not node depth because it's not how far into the node graph it is. It's how... Oh, whatever. It's node depth. How many nodes are between this node and the output? And this needs to take in a HIR, a node, HIR node. And this also needs to take in the block that this node is within. And then honestly, these functions should be defined within. I do salsa db. Oh, wait a second. What if I do Brane chardb? Because that's where potentially I define that structure. Or not. Where is project context from? I'm not going to scroll 1,000 lines of code. Okay, it's from Brane HIR, project context. Oh, it is literally just the root level. Brane C. Okay. So it should be Brane C DB. Should work. I don't know what DB is supposed to be. So it does really want create DB. Come on, I just want to be able to do node queries. Okay. Wait a second. I don't need node IDs. I can just put node in here because node is an ID. Not find trait DB. Now see, I'm still super confused. Why it needs that DB trait. Can I only define these queries inside of the HAR crate itself? Which honestly, that's fine. Call this queries RS. Then just use HIR, just all of HIR. Wish I could put queries underneath HIR. Actually, it is under HIR. Okay, and then these should type check fine. Cannot find DB. Ow. Then where is crate DB from? I want to see their database. Is their database implementation? Then, if we're doing crate DB, let's see, where is... Huh. So main RS is where it would be. MongoDB, DB equals that. So let's look at source program. Was program new? Okay. And then compile. This is going to be where, yeah, so Tracked reference crate DB. I don't see any difference between what I'm doing here and the actual database. Is this a Rust analyzer diff? Like if I go cargo check DB not found in the crate root. Okay. You know, this would be really easy to do if queries just worked. Then what version of Salsa is this on? Salsa v22. Okay. What's the difference between... Calc database implementation. Salsa database for calculate database implementation. Salsa DB. Am I missing like the Salsa DB tag on the implementation? No? Okay. Thought the difference is it because I didn't call it implo? Okay. I am actually like... Wait a second. The examples are compiled. I don't see any cargo toml. There's no cargo toml in there. Yeah, no cargo toml there either. So these are being compiled within the root crate. So crate db is the salsa crate db. Or salsa db. But is it a public thing? Like if I try going to definition here, wait for type checking. If I go here, it goes to trait database. If I say salsa db, is it fine? They're not actually runnable examples. Anyway, okay, so all that to find out, if I just do salsa db here, yeah. See, they have a helper function there that's not being disclosed. I'm like tempted to open an issue for that. Nah, I'll do it later. But might want to write down a note to do it. Okay, now that we can actually continue. What will this return? This will return an option usize. We return how many steps from the return how many nodes are between this node and the output. The maximum. Keyword there, maximum. Okay. So we need find node, we need get all nodes that reference this node. Node referenced by. And then this one is going to be super easy. And the reason why I'm fine with these are basically going to just I'm losing the ability to speak. Let all nodes. Basically, I'm gonna make the easiest but least efficient way to do this, and it's fine because this is a query graph system. Probably fine. Query database. All nodes is gonna be block. How's the Brane script going? We're making it a node graph now. I have gone down the deep end, and now, now we're gonna do like pure functional node graph is the current plan. And the reason why, if you look through my stream history, you'll see I've already streamed for 5 hours today. I took a break to eat dinner, and we're back at it. And that's because I'm going to AWE next week, and I want some version of it to be able to show off. However, I only started working on this, like, last week. So... it will be working. It must be working. It must. Oh, we'll see. I need to get this query-based. We need to get this query plugin working first. But even like my editor itself is failing me. Give me code completion for the generated functions I can't look at the source code for because they're generated functions. This isn't actually a struct, it's an integer with methods to grab these from the database. How much does this rewrite overlap with the Rust rewrite? Of which thing? This is the Rust rewrite. Do you mean like the previous thing where like we were reverse engineering the Rust compiler to figure out how to do all this stuff? On the serialization and deserialization part of nodes, it overlaps, and on the actual generating of intermediate representation and then running it, all of that we can keep, mostly. We have to, like, reconnect it. Yeah. So this is get nodes. And then we pass in the database. No method named for get nodes. Oh, wait. Similar? Set nodes. No. Oh, it's just nodes. Gonna need days since last rewrite count. It's always 0. What's the point of having a count that will never change? It's always 0. For node in all nodes. And I'm just gonna return a vector. What is memory efficiency? I'll have to be careful or else I'll get too comfortable just massive allocations everywhere. Instead of trying to be efficient. Let refs equal vec new. And then we're gonna say for input in node inputs. Now I have to look at the definition for this structure. It is inputs. Is it complaining? Oh. By complain. Expected struct vec HIR node found unit type. Oh, it's not actually an error. It's trying to return the last statement. It actually is valid. I don't think I need to call iterator here. Yeah, okay. For input, we are going to match on input, since input is an enum. Do I have code actions? I do, let's go. If input node, wait, here, I'm gonna call this ref node. If input node equals ref node, then we want to refs push node. There are 3 nodes in play there. And refs needs to be mutable. Can't compare reference to an integer with an integer. Okay. There we go. So this will just do one iteration over all the nodes in the entire graph and find all of the nodes that reference this node. Simple. It will work. Slow. You factor? And now, if we find... I'm gonna do the same thing for find node. Actually, we don't need find node because we're not gonna have node IDs. We're just gonna have a block with a bunch of nodes in a vector. No more vector IDs. Because the node reference in our database is the reference. Okay, now, to find the node depth for this node, we need to first check, let So we're going to do ref depth equals 0, and then what we're going to do is refs equals node referenced by, and we just do the query for this node. And that will get us all the references to this node for refer in refs. And then see, it's fine because it's a query system. We'll cache it after the first call. This isn't the slowest way possible to do this. Node depth for refer. It's fine. It's not slow. Okay. And we'll say let depth equals 0, rep, so we'll say ref depth, if let rep depth, then we want to say depth is equal to depth max with ref depth. And now I realize that I forgot to actually unwrap this. Okay, so basically, find all the references to this node, and then make the squiggly red lines go away. Thank you. Find all the references to this node, recursively call this function to find how deep those nodes are, and then store the largest result. And the reason this is optional is because if a node is orphaned, like not referenced by anything, then its depth is, it doesn't have a depth. It's not part of the actual graph. So, after that, we just go if depth is equal to 0. That means that, wait a second. Very important piece. We don't want our node to be the same depth as the one that we just found. We want its depth to be +1. So we find a node that's directly connected to output. That depth would be 0. We want this one's to be 1. Yeah. So if we find depth is equal to 0, that means that we either, if it's 0, we found no valid references to this node. And now I'm realizing that if a node has a none reference, that will propagate out. So if a node is not connected to output, it will display nodes as a flat map. But we don't want to display them as a flat whatever, so else we're gonna have our depth be at least 1. I'm gonna set this to none. Yeah. So what I'm doing here is our depth is none, or if the node that references us doesn't have a depth, we still want to represent in our graph that this node is indented further down the graph away from that node, right? So we just say that the depth of this node is 1. What am I returning? usize? Okay, so I can't do negative numbers to represent negative depth. So if depth is none, then we should check outputs and the reason I don't check this first before checking our node graph is because, again, we always need to do this check. We can't optimize. We do need to check the entire graph every time. Because we don't want the shortest depth, we want the longest depth. We'll even rename it. So for every single one of these outputs, if output, actually, I'll match on output, and if the input node equals this node, then we can actually return that this is a 0 depth node. Like, this is a validly 0 depth node. Music, did you die? Oh, I forgot to set it to repeat. It went too hard, it turned itself off. And I think, pretty confidently, this will tell us the depth of a node. But I do want to represent if a node is orphaned or not. So I'm going to create a new enum here. What's the opposite of orphaned? Adopted. Dang, I can't come up with anything. I'm not going to worry about it. We're speed coding right now. So instead of option, we are going to do just a node depth enum. Okay. So this will always return a value. Meaning that I just need to match on node max depth. I'm going to keep that line around. In both of these, we'll just run the exact same line of code on both of them. But the only difference being the one will return oh dang. I need more complicated logic. No! No! So I'm going to set this to actually zero. At first. And then we're just going to return depth. Because this... Oh, wait. No! Why this complain? I am returning no depth. Okay, so this needs... We'll just give it all the things. So now in here, I have to check... I have to behave differently depending on... the current depth. So, if currently depth is in tree, then we want to continue our loop. Just skip it. If this one is an orphaned node, then we want to say depth is well, not depth, but we'll call this refs max rep depth. And then instead of sum, we're gonna propagate that it is still orphaned. And then can't have nodes with parents accidentally becoming orphaned. Then over here, if it's in the tree, we want to ignore orphan values. Actually, wait. Here we want to be able to upgrade to an in-tree value, but not downgrade to an orphan value. It can gain parents. It can gain parents but not lose them. We are not owned by Disney. And that very accurately will represent the state of our nodes. Indeed. So now, with literally 2 functions, they'll only need to run the first frame, and then they'll be memoized. So theoretically, I can run these every single frame. Just don't necessarily... I shouldn't necessarily run them every frame, but I could run them every single frame. Let's see, let nodes equal hash map new for node in. I need the database. Actually, I don't. And we can create the root. That is something we can do. Ref cell new UI element new UI content. And then I want this to be a rounded gray. Gainsborough. Huh? Yeah, we'll just go with gray. Corner radius. We're going to go with the same corner radius as parent elements. So I should have this set up as a constant, to be honest. And then this UI element will be... I mean, it should just be fit sizing. Margin? Yeah, margin. Oh no! Editor! Don't crash, editor! Editor. Okay. Is this unbroken? Yes. Uniform padding. We'll give this a good amount of padding, say 6. Thought the editor was gonna crash. Yeah. If the flickers in my eyeballs are anything to go off, the entire computer will crash. Actually, no. It's not bad enough. It's the regular amount of flickering. Indeed. You know, I want to be memory efficient and all that, but yeah, I'm just gonna get this working. The venture capitalists would be proud of me. It's the same vibe as I have to go to work. Okay, where is my draw? I need a function signature. There we go. I have claimed a function signature. So when we draw this block UI, well, we don't draw it. We just update it. We don't need to draw a handle. What we need is to update the data. So we need a reference to the project context. And then when we get the project context, we want to get the number of columns so we're gonna do you know what? Screw it. No caching. No, I do want cache. Well, we don't need caching of the columns for now. We do need caching of the nodes themselves, so events and whatnot make sense, but yeah. Alright, thank you for sticking around while you could, though. For a column in the node columns, there are no node columns. They are simply root children. Self-root children. Clear self-root children. And then we're going to do for node in this block. Okay, and then for every single one of these nodes, let depth equal HIR queries node max depth. We're doing this with that autocomplete, by the way. Oh, we need not mutable. We can just throw a project in there. Node and self block. Q-U-E-R-I Q-U-U Q-U-U-E's. Okay, good. Q-U-E-R-I. How do you spell query? Q-U-E-R-I-E-S. That looks correct. Autocomplete. Ah. I did make queries a public, right? So it would show up under HIR queries. Q-U-E-R-I-E-S. Let's see how long it takes for Rust Analyzer to restart. Okay, all of our problems are in UI, so it's not an upstream crate issue. Cannot find QUERASS in HIR. Actually, would this be... We need to worry about Rust C or Brane C, not Rust C. My language compiler. Pub use. Editor. Hello? It really did not like that. Oh, there we go, we're back. Okay, so it's finding query... no scrolling. This is a 1,000 line long thing. HAR... Nice, we're actually finding our function now. Dereference the node. Or the integer. Okay, and now... I'm going to say, well, depth plus 1 is less than self children length then we want to keep creating new node whatchamacallums columns. Whatchamacall. I accidentally created a pun. Ah. So while depth is, we want to say root children push UI element new UI content none, and we do want this to be fit, but we want this to be padding border sizes, and we actually want to manually implement this. So left is going to be like basically this is our gap between, wait, we can just use child gap again. So just for good measure, let's put like... Actually, we don't need any padding on these at all. RC new ref cell new could put a little bit more effort into them. Oh, we want this to be root children. And then, after doing all that work to specify if nodes are orphaned or not, we're just going to ignore that fact. Why is this acting like node max depth returns void? Because it doesn't. Then node depth is public. Yep. And what we'll do is root children at the index of depth index equals, or then let's defer this call, or not defer, but like break this out into its own function. So we're going to say self get node UI, and this UI node, these UI nodes are going to be cached. don't know why it works that way. You should be able to... Oh, wait, it's because that... Immutable borrow. Fine, we'll call the runtime checker for that. And I think the scope of this will drop. Hopefully. So this correctly sorts the nodes into the correct columns. Now, are those nodes going to be sorted in a sensical manner based on their connections to other nodes? No. And let's, in here, set the direction of this to UI or layout dir right to left. And I think the default layout of start will be fine for this. Then we want spacing to be something like 30. It feels like too much. We'll go for 25. And then for these columns, we do actually need to set the direction to layout dir descending. Somewhere in there we got code completions back. Okay, now to actually implement get node UI. If let some UI let sum UI equals self nodes get and this actually needs a node. Otherwise, we need to do UI element new. And then what color are our nodes going to be? Probably the same color as the definition boxes themselves. Or we'll come up with a visual language at some point. Today is not the day to make the thing good. Today is the day to make the thing. It is also the day for my headset to run out of power significantly faster than expected. Well, I'll get that charging. I don't have multiple chargers for the headset batteries, or multiple headset batteries, so I can't do battery chaining. We'll have to switch it up to the backup facecam stream if the headset dies again, like it did yesterday. Selected node reference found. Node, why do you need a reference to an integer? Okay, UI content rounded. Yeah, I really should make that a constant. And let's add I don't have a reference to text because text is this. No. Text is this header font. Need to create something like a style cache variable. I really wish weak font like that you were able to send this between threads. Don't have the time to actually design this. So instead, we're just gonna do that. I hate it so much. Then we are going to do UI add child UI content or UI element new text self header font clone. The text is going to be how am I representing functions in my HIR? Or more specifically, when I have a node, it calls an expression. The expression calls a def ID. And def ID let me see, is they have on-demand inputs. And that's what I need from this, is an on-demand input. input result. I see. This did not work how I thought it worked by me not reading the code and vibing out what I assumed was happening. The truth is, this database does not, in fact, have a system for queries to interact with stuff like this and lazily query this. He does have a logging system. This has the external runtime reacting specifically to file change events. Then again, this is like an example, so it doesn't necessarily need to exactly respond to file change events. That's just how they coded it here. These files get yeah, so def ID. This is supposed to be able to grab any definition by their ID. As an item ID. And if queries were able to reference the database, if I go here to queries, like this needs to be this signature specifically. Okay. You reference dynamic database. Well, what if I need to access data in that database? Or are they just super locking down the library? So you can't use it wrong. do I have to track the entire graph? Like the entirety of the graph in the database? Because it's looking like I'm going to have to track the entirety of the graph in the database. Okay. I need way to either access database or figure out how to store graphs themselves. Like just the entirety of graphs in the database. And then if I store the entirety of graphs in the database, that means items like item here, this becomes a salsa input. Can you put inputs on enum? You cannot. Fair enough. Each one of these things is an input. But I guess since we're doing this way, this now will become item kind, and then pub struct item, and then items will have a parent graph. And then graph is, well, we don't need item IDs because items are now things in the database themselves. We're gonna be regenerating lists so often. Saturday salsa db not db input. No longer do we have IDs, we just have items. and blocks. I might implement my own version of salsa after this, just because it's making things very inefficient to edit. I might actually look into seeing if it might be possible for me to fork it, and it's like I don't want to have to fully recreate it from scratch, even if it would be pretty cool. I just want to be able to edit vectors by reference. That's all I ask, is like, let me grab a handle and then edit it by reference. Now, all of the methods that I spent so much time creating are basically worthless now. Except for maybe add function. That's the only one in use, so it's the only one we'll keep. Because the main problem with this is actively maintained. Display with DP. Add trait to display items with database. See all the things with reference. How much code is there in here? Is there a way for me to see how many lines of code there are? Yeah, I don't want to fork yet. I want to see forks. I'm just very concerned about how inefficient any mutation is going to be. Which, since mutations are going to happen at the speed of the user, it's not too big of an issue. It's mostly memory inefficient, not compute inefficient. So we have items and blocks. And it is a little bit compute inefficient as well. So now here, extern function. Do I ever want to be able to directly refer to these and circumvent the item system? I'm not going to worry about it right now. And now when we create this graph, we run into the catch-22 of we can't create a graph without access to the database. Item ID. Yeah, this function doesn't even make sense anymore. Helper functions will eventually make sense here. Not at the moment. I definitely think the interface for the salsa database. Could have been designed a lot better. Oh, right. Def ID doesn't exist anymore. Simply items and their parent. So now, oh, we still have upstream errors. Not find def ID in HIR. This expression is an item. ID of function item to execute. I guess technically the function to execute itself could theoretically also be a set of nodes, but you don't need to worry about that for now. I guess we could have calling a function pointer be its own thing. In fact, we could have function pointers be external to the language itself. I don't know. I've the one thing I haven't figured out for the Brane script runtime is how I'm gonna handle function pointers. For now, we'll just have item here, and we're doing item, not item kind, because we wanted to be able to jump graph boundaries. Does salsa database have a garbage collector, or will inputs just stack up forever if I keep adding more inputs? Yeah, I'm definitely rewriting this in the future. I very much like the concept. I don't like the implementation at all. UI context. Let's add another field. Project graph. Recreate the UI every time we switch graphs. You say let graph is equal to HIR graph new. Yeah, new. Then we need the function itself to be the function item to be new object. Then that's not a local value. Function ident string body. Ident string body, that doesn't make sense. Ident sig body? Maybe? Yeah, I don't know if salsa ever... I don't think salsa ever cleans up variables. So I'm definitely going to have to rip this out of the project. Now, do I want to try to create some form of replacement? Go on without... I think the best solution is to... Okay, this... So I was thinking, let's use... Let's use this thing called Salsa. Salsa is the name of the caching system that the Rust compiler uses to make the Rust compiler fast on the second run. And I thought, like, here's a library based off of it. Still in its experimental phase, but it has to be, like, better than me trying to write it myself, right? It'll make it easy to make fast code, but no, it's only getting in the way so far. Just, like, mentally and whatnot. So what I think I'm going to do is... The one good thing was it was forcing me to not abstract my code and optimize it before the fact. That was good. I also like that I can reference everything by integers. I liked that. So, I'm going to create my own database per se. We're not going to cache queries, but we are going to have the equivalent of a database of everything, all the HIR state, and that theoretically would make it queryable later. If not, that's fine, but that's what we're going to do. Rip this library that isn't mature enough or isn't designed in the way that I need it to be designed. Just rip it out, and then, yeah, then we will start coding the way we need to. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to be right back. Now, what could be fun? Something that I potentially could do is use the binding system that I used for the UI system and use that binding system for the UI system instead for the compiler instead. And because it is like lazily evaluated values, but a lot less restrictive than, I mean, less memory efficient by far than the Salsa system, but definitely more... Sorry, I'm like... untangling cords. Okay. Cords mostly untangled. So what if... that could theoretically be our one of our optimizations. What? My controller dies and my scene recenters itself. Thank you, left controller, for... Come on. Here we go. The meta buttons are so finicky. I'm not quite sure which hand pose you're supposed to use for them. Still. So it always takes some trial and error. Okay, time for which IR rewrite is this? This one will be hopefully quite simple though. We'll have is graph data and pub type graph ID. Yeah, we'll just have this be graph ID, graph data. No! Not the crashing. And then we do want items to be... See, now I want the abstractions I just deleted back. Then we want item ID there, pub struct def ID. Oh wait, that is def ID. Okay, good. And then we're back to the way we were before, but instead... Now I do need block IDs as well now. You know, and it doesn't make any sense for nodes to be we also need a node ID now. Now, do we want to be able to refer to nodes across graphs? No. Nodes only refer to within their own graph. We do want this to be a def ID. Then item parent. I don't actually need items to store any data. Rename this to item. And then here, gonna pair all of these IDs with where they're needed. Block signature, block ID, item ID, string. And while I'm at it, let's just remove salsa from our dependencies entirely. Now, what do we call all of Brane script? We can call this project. We could call this HIR context. We could call it database. You could call it the brain. The brain. We'll just call it project. That's easy enough. See, do graphs know their own ID? So to get a def ID, you kind of need to know a graph ID, but does a graph know its own ID? Are graphs conscious? It's up for debate. Depends on how much Twitter clout you want to get at the time. I think for now, graphs don't need to know their idea. Don't need to know their ID. We'll just have implicitly that item IDs or def IDs that start with 0 go to the same graph. So now if we do a new graph, we set let ID equals graph or self graphs or ID count, and then we do self ID count plus equals 1. Hmm. I won't worry about needing to do local versus non-local items yet. Item mutable. Moot. Very fast lookup. At least it should be fast. Do I need to add item IDs back in? Because should this be aware of its local ID? I believe yes. Okay, since I reverted, they do have their local IDs. Means I do need this add function call. Go, and now let's also, we just need to create again, each one of these does contain its own ID. So I'm not too concerned about that. Now I just need to implement block. Or graph. Why is graph's implementation so far away from its implementation? Or definition, or yeah, something. Now graph blocks count ID. The reason why I have this pair here is because these need to be in order. Like, I need to represent an order for them. These do not need an order represented for them. These blocks could use the same ID count as items with no consequences. So that's what I'm going to do, is reuse that same variable. Have I implemented new for block? I have not. Is there ever going to be any situation where block where one block is going to be referenced in multiple places? Maybe nodes? I guess blocks would be inputs into here, whereas this would still be a static definition. I'm still thinking about the case where... You know what? I'm not going to worry about that for now, because we aren't going to be able to pass in blocks as an argument for this demo that I'm making. We are only going to be able to call functions intrinsic functions at that. Probably. Only intrinsic functions. Probably. So we have project. Yeah, and since it's not really an instance where we only refer to blocks by ID, for now I'm going to have the actual implementation of the block in here until such time as we do need to use one singular block in two places. Now, let's rewrite queries to work with this new system. Now, instead of database, we're going to take in the project. Actually, no. This can be executed entirely with local data. Why do I have two arguments here? Nodes referenced by that node. Node referenced by those nodes. So what is ref node for? I knew it. I knew I still had to reference that. Okay, and then here. Does that just work? It appears that just works. Now back in main. What? Graph ID is valid. However, project context is banished for another day. Begone salsa. No graph ID in HIR. Hey, look, a graph ID in HIR. HIR expected block found use size. Oh, the build system is so good. The analyzer could use some work, but the build system is amazing. It's okay, it's just taking its time. And then we don't need to do create block anymore since it's raw data. HAR graphs get new self is a 39. Syntax grows on you. Oh, that's a lot more errors. Oh no, I forgot a semicolon. Where though? Ah. The project new at least, right? Yeah. Okay. And then block sig is just going to be that. Man. Database has not updated with the new state of everything. MainRS 33. There we go, UIRS. Expected expression. I'm just gonna restart the editor. Let's create new graph. Then let graph equal project graph mutable graph. And then for function, we can just say graph function. This returns, oh, it returns an option. We add function Ah, that's so much easier than working with the heavily optimized no developer experience library. Who could have guessed? And now, project. Instead of project context, we're just going to do HIR project. Where's function from? See, this shouldn't be a mutable reference to self. Oh, self graph content. Get function UI. Ah! It's not a mutable reference to self multiple times. It's a function argument. You should be able to call the function arguments, evaluate them, drop the scope of the argument, and realize indeed. Well, this isn't smart pointers. This is I'm gonna do function ID or item ID. Honestly, we want to do item UI and do per item UI. That would be smart. let's do a reference to function. Hash map item ID. Nice. We can get function UI for function, return the reference to function. There we go. Then in here, we want the function ID. Hmm. Hmm. Now that blocks aren't a reference, I can't pass them around as easily. That's reason enough. We're making blocks a reference again. Did I remove blocks? I did not. So does block have a block ID? No, there's no reason not to store the block ID in the block itself. Look at the screen, it just looks like an alien language. The best part is, we're using it to create another language. Though this one will be visual and easier to understand, maybe. Yes, so what we're working on right now is Brane script. So the scripting language that will be used in Brane Engine. So this is the language we're currently working in is Rust. So that's what the language runtime and compiler is going to be built in, as well as tools. And yeah, so as soon as I get this working and we get back to working on UI, I can show you the current state of the node graph, which actually might start looking like a graph really soon. Yep. That's a good way to put it. Okay. We now have the ability to create blocks. Now we just need accessors for them. Block, reference, self, block. And we'll be kind to ourselves and make this an option. To move the unwrap one scope up. The amount of work is quite monolithic. And right now, my current goal is to get just some version of the node graph working before AWE, which starts on Monday. I fly there on Monday. So that's why I'm currently 4 hours into this stream, and before this stream, I streamed 4 hours, and both of those streams were today. I'm doing fine, by the way. I'm going to get to this 3-day conference. Well, it's kind of week long, but I'm going to get to this conference and I'm going to be dead already. Okay, and now the function body is going to be a block ID. That means that here, when we create the function, we need the block to be an ID. There we go. That will make it easier to work with the UI. And I don't know, it's vaguely similar to the way Rust has its compiler working. So, yeah, I don't know. What are we gonna do? All right, let's look at main. This isn't UI. Well, actually, it is UI context. Yeah, why are these swapped? Okay, and graph ID. Body is just going to be graph create block. All that should be valid. So let's So now here, when we do get function UI, we can do get block UI. And we'll just pass in the block ID instead, which means that this block UI can be generic to anything that takes a block, which is going to be a lot of things. It just makes our job easier at the end of the day. Just gonna throw a fat to-do in there because we actually want to do this block UI system. Self block, HR block. We want this to be a block ID, not the actual block itself. Okay, we don't need a reference to the project. We need a reference to the graph. Okay, and then we can do lock nodes there. Just gonna throw a unwrap in there. Make this easy. Pound reference use size. Oh, here. Lock, and here it actually wants the ID of this node. And since this isn't queries, this is actually going to be a fairly expensive call. But it's fine. Oh, it finally completed. Get node UI. Okay, so this is a graph node, got it. And I may need to rebuild this to actually support project. Self nodes get for node ID. Okay, this needs to be a node ID. Okay. And finally, here, we can do graph. Oh. Let's just pass in the node by reference for now since we can. Node. Dang it. We do need a function. To implement this. Or to be able to get a function ID, a project. Here, we're gonna fully implement this. So project is gonna be arc ref cell No, it makes more sense to pass it in. Project. Wondered, is this off the dome? At the moment, yes. What I'm doing is completely on the fly, very little planning put into it. HIR project. It would either be going a lot better or a lot worse if I had actually put a plan into place. Okay, and the actual font size, let's do 20. Wrap, false. Color, white. And then for the actual identifier, let's match on project. Borrow. Oh, I'm guessing there might be external borrows. So let's just pass in... Oh no, I do need to be able to throw this into callbacks, potentially. So we'll just have to make sure there's no current borrows to project. Do nodes know their ID? They don't. Project borrow get item. And then we want... Let's let the... node is equal to graph. Then we're going to get the item node, and then expression, I guess is what I called it. And since this is just any item, is pipe the only one that was implemented? Oh, because the other ones are keywords. Got it. There we go. The node will now say the correct name inside of it. Well then. I guess... Are we ready for another test? Just like that? No, we're not. There's still a ton to do. But I saw light at the end of the tunnel before realizing it was headlights. $1,272. Ah. Thank you, past me. If let sum UI equals self blocks get block then we can just return UI. Else. Oh, we'll keep our scoping. Otherwise, we need to okay, and now when we do self functions insert function, expected use size, found function, ID. Okay. Before update layout, compute layout. Okay, here in update content. If we go through and update that. We want to update data. I need to make sure the project is not borrowed when we go into this function. Is project used anywhere else? No. Okay, good. Goodness, do I ever project? I do project borrow immutably. So I should be safe to project borrow immutably. Okay. $13.49. Why am I doing ID? Ah. No reason to do an extra hash map lookup here. Right. Nodes don't store their ID, so we have to pass it in. Okay. Okay, that scared me. Look for a second, like um like it had failed. But yeah, after all that work, you can see there's a spot for a node graph to be right there. Okay, so we're going to set a minimum size for this. Okay. We might want to add a little bit more padding on the sides to this. Yeah. So when we do get function UI, instead of uniform padding, we're just going to do padding. Border sizes. The top and bottom will use this value. But the corner radius, we essentially want to align our content with the corner radius. My keybinds aren't working at all. Okay. That looks better organized. Let's use... I think I want this node graph area to have... Yeah, the super big rounded corners looks too comical. So let's drop it to like 20. See how that looks. Keybinds are falling asleep. Bro, it's computer. Computer's job is... Oh, editor is falling asleep. Okay, that looks cleaner. If we do the same exact background color, as the other stuff, then I think it will look super clean. Yeah. That looks pretty clean. So this is where our nodes are going to go for the main function. But yeah, you can start seeing the general direction. I'm thinking with like very scoped things. Okay. Now... Oop. No, give me my windows back. I have to get all my windows back. Okay. Now let's see if nodes are working. If we go here and when we create block, come on, editor. Yeah, see I block mutt right there. Takes in a block ID. Wait. It returns an option. And block. Your field's public. They are, thank goodness. They shouldn't be. But they are. Let's make a block sig that's one input, one output. Actually, that works. 2 plus 2 equals 4 will be our hello world. So we'll do an input, and then another input block, outputs, push, HIR, local value. And then we actually need to decide on the node. So the index is going to be 0. The node is actually also going to be 0. Okay, insert a new node 0. It's always times like this when my autocomplete starts crapping out. Should be valid. Missing struct fields, ID. Look, there's the struct definition. It takes item now instead of ID. Your headset died? Nope. Right now, I'm manually defining a node graph in code. Webcam is off. What? There we go. That should bring it back. Okay, and then the block outputs, node 2 will be our output node. So this will have a block with 2 inputs. A node goes into one, a node goes into another, and then we get one output. And right now they all try to run main function. We're just recursively calling main function. Gone for a hot minute. Ah. Took me a few minutes to set up a basic project with GLAD, GLFW, and GLFM. I'm gonna go over how insane that is. Previously, that would take me an hour getting through the CMake documentation. Yeah, that's one of the really nice parts about Rust, is just how nice project management is. It just works most of the time. Okay, so... Okay, good. Overlap of that is working. We have nodes. They're not in the right columns, but we have nodes. All of them have the same depth index. Do I have debug? Debug. We have debug now. Yeah. Not to dunk on C++ or anything. The thing is, C++ and C don't have a build tool chain. They have the tools to build it, but they don't necessarily thought process never really went into like, okay, we have a compiler, but how do we do the compiler? And then somebody like probably built CMake in a day. And then everybody was like, oh, I don't have to build my things through the command line from scratch anymore. This is awesome. Hey, dude, you should also use CMake. What do we say? Laying out nodes. The trauma forced them to build it. Okay. That should tell us. Here we go. Why did 2 open? I don't need 2. I need 1. So all of our nodes are returning orphaned. You don't want that. Even though I know for sure. If I look at main, We have HIR output node 2. So node 2 isn't an orphan. Here is node 2 that is not an orphan. Node 2 refers to nodes 0 and 1. So 0 and 1 are not orphans. It's probably that this isn't working. Node, input node. If input node equal node. Oof. Oh, wait. Checking node 2 against output 2. Huh? Oh, there we go. Entry. Node 2 was depth. Node 2 depth was entry. Which means that, in fact, this is working. This is not working. Node was referenced by. That is working. This is working. This potentially. This is currently orphaned, and we get the result in tree. Mm. No, editor, I just figured out the error. Please uncrash before my sleep-deprived brain forgets. Please. Please. I didn't start it. Go away. Screw you. Okay. So I see problem. Oof. We match depth. If depth is currently orphaned and we just got a value of in tree, then we want to ignore the orphaned value and just return that new value. However, if we already have a value of in tree, then we want to expand that. In here, we want to do the exact opposite, which is if we get an orphaned and we match depth, if both of these are orphaned, then we want to propagate the maximum. However, if this was orphaned, and we already have an in-tree value, we want to retain that in-tree value. And in here, just to return that in-tree value, +1. Hey, look at that. Success. There needs to be a child cap. Get node UI. Data. This. No. Ah, here we go. It'll work. Aha. There we go. Maybe a little bit bigger. Yeah. There we go. This is a fully intact AST at the moment, where main has one input. We call main twice with the input of main, and then somehow, magically, main takes an input from both calls to main, and then returns one value out from main. So we don't have the lines between them, though. That's the main thing. And I'm not going to torture myself with getting those working tonight, because like I am barely alive right now. However, that means first thing tomorrow we have a working AST. We can display that AST. The two things left to do is make the AST interactable with the actual UI. That means the ability to drag and see connections between nodes. And the ability to like right click, add intrinsic functions. And then immediately after getting that working, we need to start fleshing out this inspector UI with one item. And that one item is a run button to actually compile this. So then we compile this. And compiling this should show like the result value, return value in the editor. So I am a little bit worried about compilation and how long that's going to take to actually port my current code to use this AST. We will see. Hopefully not too long. Then it's on to adding nodes. Okay. I am going to go try to get to sleep as fast as possible. Then we're definitely having the coding nightmares. And then we should have a compiling node graph by the end of tomorrow. Like, I'm actually fairly confident that we will have a compiling node graph by the end of tomorrow, and then I'll be able to tidy up the UI on the way to AWE. And like, I won't need any internet access to actually do that. I might need internet access to set up my dev environment, which I need to do on my laptop every time. I'm not actually planning on traveling with my PC because that crash scared the hell out of me when it crashed on stream. Now I'm like, oh no, I'm not going to travel with my travel case PC. Should I travel with my travel case PC? I kind of want to now. We'll see. I can probably get the laptop working. If reality was a simulation, would imagine dreaming about code be a likely way out? Well, that depends. Is consciousness a special construct in the simulation? Or is it an emergent behavior of the systems, an emergent outcome of the systems of the simulation? If consciousness is a special case in the universe simulation, then yeah, dreaming might present the opportunity for a bug. However, if consciousness is just a side effect of the regular operations of the system, then maybe consciousness itself is already a bug. But if it's not a bug, then dreaming is just your brain going through a sorting process for your memories. And yeah, learning actually happens when you sleep. Like, any learning you do while awake is purely a function of your existing knowledge working together with the runtime data in your brain. But then when you sleep, it becomes baked in and optimized. Indeed, nature did it first. The training time was a lot longer than current models. Like, imagine if you trained a large language model for the length of time it took humans to evolve. You'd get something maybe as intelligent as humans. Alright, I'm gonna sign off because I'm rambling, but thank you all for sticking around and dealing with my madness. Tomorrow, we will have this working.